The land. So green. The people, many. The rocks, many. The teeth, oh many. Rowdy little man, generating some unrest. Closer. Always on the move. Climb the microphone. Not load-bearing, sir. Not a sturdy thing like you. Cannot be stood upon by even so small and graceful a lad. Is January of an even-numbered year. Yeah, okay, you're tentatively putting it a port, sir. Closer. I am also here at this angle. Fine, lad. Oh, now we have a big influx. Settlers from that refugee event. Those refugee events. Says it's time to start inviting from Iceland. Feedback loop, perhaps beginning now. Plenty of favors with Norway. Moving people to the middle settlement, it's slowly begun. Good. Good. I have walking around stability to spend on it. The guy watching the reports. Being very aware of the land. Lumber import continues regardless. Maybe keep my cruising speed at 6. Or all the way down at 5. All the way down at a mere 5 out of 7. Colorful new notches on the speed bar. And we have 5 or 6 internal population growth a month. Your business. Just people. Okay, they are at least dutifully piling up in one location at a time. About that Western Schism. Alright, once more we are on the side of the schism. The war ongoing. England has bounced back from their big rebellion. Now under the rule of Patrick Litchfield. Oh, there went Mid. We know replacement bodies install. Only ladies. Only widows. Somewhere deep in the tree, there's bound to be a way to continuously and some kind of access to opposite. Some manner of orb to invoke that would crystallize that power. Or more likely, that would be something that would attach to, like, specific cultures that were noticeably more permissive about such things than others. Armored horses, huh? Where's that hiding? Somewhere. It'll be a fair while before we get any institutions. Okay, the concept of professional army did show up. In the capital, it's beginning its propagation throughout the land. The hypothetical 152 lads who would show up to the call to arms. You at least agree to wear the same color of hat. Stand in a line, or a box, or pick a shape and stand in it. Don't just shuffle about. Schism complete. Crisis is weathered. Never again will the church be sundered. Now and forever, it's fine. Hello, sir. Good day. Two market villages up. Continuing to extrude market villages seems to be still a core part of the plan. That was at 3 key guilds, 2 guilds installed, and the market building. Garth itself. Wait till I'm low on favors with Norway to start professing trust. Big Kiev. Golden Horde thoroughly receding. Plenty of breakaway states on both sides. Long Moscow. All the Garth lands shot past the point where they could use settlement for population boosting. Could still throw a few of those down as investments in the south. 41 coin, and all the varied upkeep. On the other hand, especially with the market village is able to generate their small supply of burgers. Each market I managed to set up. Hello, sir. Are you here to install the market? Do you have wares to trade, sir? Very good, sir. Hold on. Slide. Perhaps with the corner of you. Still barely in frame. A lot of gold saved from not meeting. You guys come ask the rumbling. Use a bit of money buying food in the deep winter. That does keep food supplies more stable. Convert coins into population by feeding them? What do you think of this, sir? Should money be spent on food? Strong agree. Wrong budget proposal from the lad. We import many bird and equipment for reducing the birds into a pulp. Storing the pulp where it will be chilled. We have no current loans. And maximum benefits from having pre-made masonry. Well, 33 gold for a rank of village. Building nearly a village a year. Unthinkable. Okay, so now the idea of a mason shop in Garther actually gets efficiency bonuses. So that's a facility that might move, particularly as stone production continues to mature. Always costs the full 50 regardless. Does not like to be tipped. Likes only to climb closer. Much as 30 population growth. 0.3. And at such a rate. Deploy. Tabulator. It's closer to 4,000 people at a location for it to be reliably producing 1 growth per month. No need of siege engineers. Can you build a ladder tall enough to climb the glacier? Only then will you have business here. Largest direct and return on investment remains teeth. Always will be. Possible that I can trick the nobles into paying for the teeth. Commoners have money now. Money can be exchanged for money. Somehow this strengthens the moment. Food supply is still suitably precarious. We can get more people on fish. Or sheep. Or deer. Pay for all of it. It's gotta be teeth. Almost building that granary they were aiming for. Hello, sir. Back to business? Very good, sir. Clean. Clean. Tool guild would still be good to establish. Tool guild and sword guild. The larger piles of peasants distributed themselves a bit more evenly. Will be time before we have enough of a reserve to like really thoroughly cover everything. Got distracted. The invite window has moved. Terrible. Oh, good to see 4. In a place where all of the peasants are employed in a market. That takes them out of making subsistence agriculture. There's only unemployed peasants that do their marginal food generation. Taylor's Guild being a fancy cloth, that makes sense. Sometimes they do not have enough work to go around. I need 3 stability. Almost time for the next all thing. Resting position. Hello, sir. Trade situation looking here. Are any outside merchants currently participating? No. We're selling teeth, though. The teeth are moving. Everyone's gonna hear about teeth. There will be any work for our priests to do. Noise. Hidden movement, sir. Yard incident occurring. There an alert on the market. They are missing bees. Not bringing in enough bees. I need to find a different lumber import. It won't be turning profit. We'll be drawing on a deeper reservoir. What do you see, son? What do you forecast on the horizon? This. Another whole thing derailed by the opening statement of, "Are we sure this is everyone?" We're not supposed to start until everyone's here. Check the list. Army is propagating around pretty smoothly. Yeah, only Eggland will be a holdout there, because they don't share land borders. And banking is successfully present in Norway, so Renaissance. And meritocracy has managed to make the jump into Italy, so at some point that will also start to propagate. That's for you, sir. You have many merits. You're very official. Alright, so what buttons are available to slap here for the thing? Grant the privilege of banal lordship. No. Bend communal values. Slightly. Probably. Support freedom. Support spiritual. All 4 of our estates are finally present at the council. Yeah, I can get this done with the support of the church and the slight irritation of the nobles. It's an entirely acceptable way to do business. Aiming to invest in teeth. That's right. You do it. start embracing farming. I can definitely wait until we're done researching everything. Nothing particularly economically relevant in the military tab. Could spend most of their time polishing rocks. Occasionally, they could make a single plate of glass. Or a jug. Got a whole 200 spare burgers. That's guild building volumes of burgers. And of course, completing those guilds frees up more import slots. On the other hand, they're already this mad at me. Why not change stances? Spike them all the way into the floor. Let's go. Crisis, begin. Slow burn. Within a year or so, we'll be back to neutral overall stability. Crackdown is probably more important than... Or no, the minister isn't contributing that much to stability growth. Versus just being able to spend money on it. Rebel crackdown. Bribes would happen $30 at a time. Quite substantial. Teeth are quite abundant. Teeth are always open to further development. The masonry pile is currently depleted. Gotta stack enough bricks. Oh, the mason shop is abandoned because the stone quarry is beefed up. Invite time is now in July. Pool Guild is at the top of the charts. Alright, good. The peasants got in extending the wool pasture. Which, to dwell on it while it's happening, I like the general flow of this system. I like the nominal overall economic productivity of the country is much larger than the portion that ends up in your treasury. And we'll still do things. It's more difficult to direct those things. If there was some sort of limited capacity by which the state one that grows over time. Green? Plan. And grit. 3 more rounds of invitation. And then let's see if the trust cycle still does the thing. Oh look, happy commoners make it easier to stabilize the country. More food and less internal strife. What else can these common heirs do? Rival. And it's not because they have fallen from existence. They're still out there. Nice wig. You are Sadian, primarily. I always gotta keep the eye out for some kind of victual brotherhood that managed to break free of Sweden. Whom we should perhaps pirates. We should perhaps be talking to them about trying to extract some settlers for however long that they exist as a country. In our land, there is room for many brothers. Let me tell you about this place that's so very far away from the Swedish Navy. That side of the crown doesn't know where we are. Was another set of canonizable bones already in storage. Local tools, I stopped importing tools. Settlement is being held back by lack of seed population. They're still occasionally bubbling over there. Once I have one location as a foothold, I might start pointing my invites at middle settlement. As long as I'm sending Icelanders, that counts for the contract. Let's see, we have over here. Oh no, we'll never get that ship built. Let's see what we have. Well, yeah. Free Baltic pagan state. Fistfully holding against the order. Livonian order. Country of Tallinn. What you got going on? The bailiwick of Tallinn. You are Catholic. You are Estonian. At our $50, what is also the middle of winter. $52 and additional problems. The mason shop is back online. Having the tool guild sorted out now is worth it. The noble insurgents will be a problem. The castle, still an outlandish, ridiculous expense. At least it will be cheap because it's made of rocks, and only rocks. And it requires tools and weapons, and glue. Wants to employ up to 1,000 soldiers. It would cost a lot of teeth. Getting back to neutral stability. Another 31 months of organizing before the rebels are good to go. Over which time Nobles will have recovered another 16 satisfaction. And we'll be up another 22 stability. Oh man, looking highly stabilized. Hello, sir. You approach, sir? Approach. No, but not to stay. Vanishes into the other room. Okay, well, the rock pile isn't large enough to be counting yet. The mason shop is back online. There are rocks to pile. Things to build. Okay, armies is now everywhere except egg. I will let armies reach egg on their own. I won't be spending any optional stability for a while. Possible rival. Who could stand against us in the martial world? Vitebsk, Polotsk, Courland. Vassal of Lithuania, vassal of Lithuania, vassal of Lithuania. Which Lithuanian vassal shall we rival? There's even some narrative sense in us, a vassal of Norway, Sweden, antagonizing a vassal of Lithuania. What of the crown? What of the double crown? Okay, our local tool supply. We have a tiny stockpile. Will probably be good to go. But we'll import entirely. Direct a point of that onto bees. Arriving in another even-numbered year. So 3 years before we'd be able to set up another parliament. Overall market food situation still rough. We're clearly breaking even on it. Maybe trending upward. Many products of our people's work are edible. It is April when things defrost. We have like 4 months of economic winter, where we're running entirely on stored food and its related expenses. Nobles not take Ludnia or Petersvik. The nobles are still planning to invest into you. Commoners also planning to invest in teeth. Everybody pooling their teeth together. Still isn't a team of regulars small enough possibly be suitable for our needs. We could have the followers. Greenland army that is the catering crew for the all thing. Dealing with a late round of snowfall. What goes onto the roof must fall off of the roof. The largest contributor to the rebellion, capital noble, only 7.8% dissatisfied. Which could be greatly impacted. They had wheat and clay. They had jug. Wood supply is currently strong. Buy some grain. Would generate a little bit of local pottery by just having one of the market villages briefly. Do a limited production run of premium dishes. These are luxury goods, bespoke from the wheel. Very elite plates and bowls for discerning individuals. Real Thanes know the difference in quality. So in practice we gain like 20 coin a year when accounting winter to winter. key individual noble pops are very slightly satisfying. Fresh voices advocating to certify our bones. Real cardinals know the difference in quality. Authentic saint bone? Hold on. Got so caught up in the rebel management. Well, means we get the other settlers from the Brotherlands. Rose Island. Send us whoever you feel like. We're now within 10 months of the rebellion popping off. The overall estate satisfaction will have made its way up another 5 points. Ability up another 6 points. However, to give them a different privilege. One that is worth less power than the fort license was. But is also worth positive satisfaction. We give them elaborate court life. Terry 5 with the centralization pressure might also be useful. They're still very innately decentralized. Elaborate court life. Individualism also has its uses. And yeah, on its own, that is enough that the rebellion should start to dissolve. They're all over the threshold to resume being loyal. Successfully talked everyone down from starting a civil war over being allowed to imagine that one day they would build castles. What if instead of that, you all just get to come on down to the meeting hall and throw parties whenever you want? Between all things, we can have the something. We can have the none thing. It's a meeting, but there's no subject. Just show up. Clamps on them. But yeah, there we go. Only 2 supporting pops left in the noble insurgency. Progress now actively decaying. And would continue to decay without needing the counselor. Okay, we're good. Back to the slow burn of developing the land. Vague noble privileges. Not specific noble privileges. We can work with that. Next invite in May of 41. Still a net improvement in breaking down noble power. It will be more painful to try and remove their elaborate court life later. That can be on hold until I actually have more ways to strengthen the crown and the other estates. More resources to throw around. Someday there might be a fort in Gardening. Burger Prince no more. Welcome. Welcome, Waldemar IV. 100 Years' War concluded. And new bank established. Little man, thoroughly relaxing. In the next room over. The death of Burger III means there's now even more bones to canonize. Ultimately, this is good for teeth. Guild up, populated, surplus burgers to direct into a weaponsmithing. That market village has already gone back to polishing stone. How are the other institutions doing for getting their initial foothold? Meritocracy is starting to propagate in. Give us another 260 years. Someone might manage to express how that could work. Alright, Renaissance active next year, then. Banking still decades out. Convene the thing. Build legitimacy. Build gravel. What if there was dirt? What if the dirt was smooth? So, with the discount active, the cheapest single road is 66. Nagnaverting. That would entail taking out a couple of loans. 9 loans. To begin the first of our ground movements. What were declared? We're fighting Aquitaine. Parliament is pleased by this. We're an ally of France. Or are we? Are we an ally of Aquitaine? We're an ally of Aquitaine. Well, if we want to hatch some sort of elaborate ruse to convince the French crown that there is an extremely powerful artifact up on top of the glacier, vast treasures waiting to be claimed, the lost city of Green. Start spreading word that we have the Grail. See if we can convince any of their knights to throw themselves into the sea trying to find it. And that's with mostly positive modifiers on material costs. Well, the masonry pile isn't particularly strong right now, but it exists. Let's do it. Would be Brada Hill. Ideally, we can somehow coerce the burghers into making the road of their own. Even though the build gets us 10 points toward centralized. Loan repayments settlements are in installments of 6 right now. So it won't take long to wrangle that back into position as well. Green's going pretty good. We got markets. We got guilds. There is only occasional risk of famine. Thanks primarily to that refugee event, but also a small bit from more directed planning. Like, centuries ahead of where the old run was. The day we can afford to build a castle in Garland, everything changes in terms of being able to freely infuriate the nobles. And loan-paying season should be in May. Using all of the freshly chilled coins that have already passed through the winter. Thing complete. It's almost back at equilibrium. Well, 2 points of trade, exporting tea. You'll love to see it. We're on course to max out some of our RGOs and have them fully populated. That's wild. Influence of a single rat. navigate my way to... Or probably from over here? Yes. Scandinavian is the common language in Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Scania, Iceland, the Victual Brothers, Greenland, Orkney. All currently accounted for in the invitation schedule. Positive balance, even in the winter. That might be temporary as we just begin the slide into food buying. That's with 0.3 going into the loan interest for the road building. Our first road. Next. Improved proximity. Improved control. Almost halfway to a sea. Yeah, actually. The money we will save by getting food production revved up a little better on the east side. The fish provinces still aren't picking up yet over here, and that's our main food generator. The bowl is moving, the game is moving. All that fish then. Going to waste. proportion of stored food in Garther is steadily trending upward. You can get food prices down eventually. That is the thing that will improve our internal population growth the most. Of the things to keep track of as the gravel extrudes. Supplies of all basic. 807s. Actual 0.14 clay. The common mud. .03 of our lumber internally generated. The Potter's Guild would absolutely fail here. Cloth paper is the main remaining town industry we'll be able to run here. We'll have a volume for sand or wood for the Glass Guild. Until the emergence of some sort of nearby trading partner. With vast mineral reserves. Wood being classified as a mineral. We got at least one additional invite. Maybe one more. We're probably close to our limit with the brothers. There we go. Get the institution map on the bar. Renaissance has successfully entered Garden. Now beginning to propagate. Well done. This merit thing, though. Who's it really for? $1426. Professional army to organically take hold. Man on the move. Hello, sir. You're always ready to take hold. Good afternoon, sir. The land has been so green. It's great. Perhaps if there is anyone who would like to flee the war. There's a place far from war. Internal or external. The only battle is between you and the ice. Yes, we're clearing 2 loans a year. That's on schedule for repayment. Yeah, when we adopt the concept of a professional army, it will be as a pretext to disqualify everyone on the island from military service. You think you're tough enough to be a full-time warrior as a career. You go out on the ice, you fight the bear. The bear will decide if you are strong. You are not strong. The bear will win. Such office can only be trusted to Berserker. We would have you fight a dragon, but we haven't found any on the island in our whole time here. If there is one, it will take up the job from the bear. To see that 96% market access. Slightly better market access thanks to your shiny new road. %70 local control and rising. Power of gravity. Okay, so we have the one remaining invite worth of favors from the brothers. Pirate Gotland is out there for however long they'll be able to survive. Captain Class Thorker. The nobles are satisfied. It means it's time to extend privileges to someone else. Remaining commoner privileges. Administration. Yeah, these are the three I'm disqualifying this time because they impact economic output. And access to royal courts doesn't seem as important. Provides communal pressure. It angers the church. More peasant enfranchisement, though. Decentralizing, letting commoners into the cabinet. That's the move. For most purposes, this is our complete set of peasant privileges. Maybe also get away with applying the burgher privilege. Patient and capital. Overall production efficiency. Prosperity. Boat presence. Tax efficiency. Development. Tax efficiency has immediate impact. What is our current tax efficiency rating as a whole? Where does that live? Ah, there it is. Currently -3 for lack of crown power. Got a +2 there. Yes, and making it easier to use loans for things. Alright, good. First round of investment in teeth is occurring. The nobles put their money down on teeth. That loan interest isn't retroactive, though. Future loans will benefit. There went Eric. Gudmundur, though. Gudermundur. The genius. Vestmundur. Congratulations, Otto the Mild. Saint Otto the Mild. Our entire tax bill. 0.87 out of. Yeah, over a quarter of our tax base is the walrus hunting grounds in Garther. Just at its level 1. If we triple the scale of teeth production. Maybe to point the invites at the south. Important to the overall health of the economy to get that food production up and running. Kettlesfjord's been doing it for a while. Still waiting on all 3 fishing grounds to catch up. Three more items in the research queue. It might have room to scrape through one more invite of favors, depending on how much that's willing to recharge. Stop importing that grain. Keep up the investment in lumber. Fish upgrades. Okay, good. Nobles are still thinking about economy projects and not toll booths. been no more word of refugees since the first big wave. Definitely on the lookout for that event, should it decide to arise again. We can look at the Victual Brothers government in detail and see what they're about. The Brethren. The Captain. The Chaplains. The Smugglers and the Buccaneers. Gutnish, Catholic, German and Latin. Interesting that their court language is not in line with their primary culture. Pirate Brotherhood, Harbor Administration, Agricultural Cultivation. Allows Papal Inquisition, limited censorship. Virtues of the people. The nobles are happy. It's time to empower the burghers again. Feudal administration. Martial society, monogamy. Religion, gold and silver coinage. Noble ownership of the mines. Open borders. Active benefits for privateers. Smuggling haven. State piracy. And traditional power distribution. Improved maritime presence turns into improved proximity and control. Because everything is coastline here. Sneak out. Second one. Yeah, without even putting the nobility under 50. We've determined our way to get around the curse of the sea. The crown must never own a ship. Ships must not exist on the registry. Boats, though. Any number of small, private boats doing private business. Policies must take into account the wisdom of the glacier. Actually, like getting some food surplus at times of the year into the market. Arthur briefly filled their granary. Good work, Arthur. Or did that happen because the granary building became abandoned, lowering the cap? Well, either way. Because those people are needed out in the teeth fields, where we now have enough lumber. RGO development only cost 30. Lumber imports are doing their job. We have a steady supply. The Hussite Wars begin. You get at least one more invite out of the brothers. Feeling like there's more benefit to continuing to send people into Garthing, ultimately. We have the core population, from which migration will pour when convenient. This year we get away with clearing 3 more of these loans, leaving only 2 to take out just before the deadline. Or to take out at the moment that they mature. Just look how complicated life is back in the old countries. Cross through 20 border checkpoints just to sell a bag of flour. Here, there are no checkpoints. And there's no flour. You have no reason to go outside. Stay home. Count your rocks. Sharpen your teeth. It's just better here. year, the network will grow. I was interested in checking up on the material discounts, yes. Mason shop, back in good working order. Shifting masonry production into Garther will be the thing to do. Once we're successfully keeping up with maximum teeth extraction. Another reason to be sending our invites to the core. To the Teeth Land. Continuing extrude road based on construction cost. Okay, that's the peasants making their investment into the hunting ground. It'll be fully developed, awaiting labor to pour into it. Still get Weapon Guild online, and sharpen some rocks. Resume being the thing to do once the road debts are cleared. Be a strange and wondrous time when we're able to afford roads out of pocket from our operating budget. Okay, good to be able to drill down on that and get that important information. What percentage of their reserves are they willing to throw at the construction project when it happens? Yeah, the Western Schism resolved. The timer on it being nonsensical, that makes sense, because it resolves based on the mechanics of the event. Free coin in a good month. How can land be this green? Portion of this menu where I can get an appreciation for what our levies would look like. Detail. Garth generates 1,500 peasant levy. 158 stuff, of which 6 are knights in mail. A single footman shows up from the soldiers. And then everything else is peasant levy. And everything on the other side is peasant levy. Rank 3, Hunting Ground. Let all surplus labor converge on teeth. Yeah, stocking up on the tooth grounds. Buildings the burgers work in aren't producing much value. The Spinners Guild is doing okay. Their private trading income, though, that's sure to be doing a lot for them. Still no convenient place to see what they're trading and what they're earning for it. It's nice to see that the estates have gotten so much better at choosing relevant things to build. They should always be making something that is either useful to the economy or politically useful to themselves. as opposed to the constant construction of useless sand pits. Thing is in session. Officers, relations, motions, cathedral. Yeah, 20 influence. That's an appreciable portion of the saint. Get the nobles backing the bill for merely endorsing traditional economy. Be nice to the Republic of Kieri. The bill has its fundamental support. And just keep things dialed in around. Invite people to the core. Allow people to redistribute themselves to the extremities. People will circulate on their own. The existence of Gardberg does slightly tip the internal RGO balance in favor of food. 3 inedible RGOs and 3 edible RGOs. Defeated. And the commoners are planning next pressing rounds of RGO improvement. I could swoop in and pay for more teeth in policy. Or I could be saving up for roads. Weapon guild first. The inedible RGOs, which are the capital by which edibility is created. Without some combination of teeth and rocks, how will you make this bread of yours, Mainlander? You won't. Another examination I could be doing here within the country. Yeah, so wealth 3 points, 1.8. Wealth 3.4. Brattahild has nearly as much nominal value as Garther from that big wool operation. Valsy is up there for the teeth. Fish does not generate a lot of money, but it prevents the loss of a lot of money by keeping people alive. And yeah, tax bases down south are non-existent. For now. Go for more favors with the brothers. War concluded. Thousands dead. Nothing accomplished. And if I get down the road, getting wallpaper will then cover most of what I need to run a scriptorum. And then books could be assembled into a library. Dreams. Strange, wondrous future. An archive of all known forms of teeth. Yeah, so the proximity here for the roads otherwise nicely maps up with the potential value to grab from getting those roads built. Weapon Guild into Garther. Masonry Shop into Garther would be a flip for later. This would be establish Masonry Shop in Garther. Decommission this Masonry Shop to instead shift another pile of people into the quarry. This one's operating at plus 12% efficiency. Where now that the town is real, this one would have 30%. It would also be fighting, for now, with the teeth fields. So that's something to do after the hunting ground is fully populated. The 24 points of influence. We can get another saint on the pile. agricultural capacity is still under stress. Happen until we ablate more of the Danish refugees, get them more thoroughly assimilated. Okay, you can mouse over the graph here. Summary of the last year of revenue. We're doing +3 in the good months. And then lose something like 5 or 6 total ducats to the winter. Breaking even in April. We're getting like 18 to 20 ducats a year. Under that framework. Spending decisions get made with the thaw. So from that, 4 years, 5 years to get those 2 roads paid for. Year and a half to buy a fully discounted masonry building. Sand supply. Current limiter there. I would import some sand. We could buy sand using teeth. ore rather than importing the sand. Sand has a lot of travel weight. Whereas lumber does not. Especially with our local stone tool. Might be possible to run a sand pit. Or even a salt collector. Things to look into as the island continues to develop. Local salt is also the thing that would make it not impossible to maybe have some fishing villages that break even. Subsidized fishing villages would still be a part of the plan for a distributed harbor system over time. Fish investment in progress. In the old setup, there was a lot of buy-in for rural cloth makers. And a lot of noise and wasted material created by the estates constantly trying to make charcoal kilns and such. For our immediate purposes. No, there is a sand surplus. It's just very slight, very slow. Price of sand gradually decreases. Weaponsmith, get out there. We have a couple of weapon in storage. So, kill weapon imports. Some recommendations here. Money could be made from fur, and fur has food value. All the profit options are routinely being handled by the auto trade capacity. People keep complaining about the lack of fur. Like the seal skin isn't good enough for them. If you really need something with fur, go fight the bear. Pick up the sword. Prove you're berserker. There's immediate labor pool available in Arner's Fjord that will dive in on catching more fish. There's the option of catching fish with teeth. Even saves a bit of salt. We have an improved fish gathering method that will almost never be needed or relevant. Projected to finish January of next year, that reason. Have many cheap fish. Fish is abundant. Teeth are abundant. Rocks are abundant. Wool and cloth for days. Burgers import dye for the tailor. Cloth is overproduced for our needs. Burgers are bringing in additional masonry. Help run construction projects. Pool situation good. Salt situation being handled by import. Jewelry situation good. Wood is adequate. Tiny medicine import is providing a little bit of quality of life for people. We have the full suite of material to operate the parish church. The bishop has windows and candles. The height of luxury. Very freedom. Taking a bit of a bite out of the aristocracy. We have active pressure toward innovation now. Quantity, offensive, and naval. Communal versus individual. It's... yeah, this side of things is useful to us. Aldor. Fine. Christian. Chris from Garter, welcome aboard. Got an even better guy just waiting on the bench, ready to go. And another young one. A generation of excellent administrators. Only good things can happen to Greenland. Middle colony stuck in limbo. For want of more population pressure. Nobles to buy stone. Peasants also looking to buy stone. Good that all our RGO upgrades are getting fulfilled. Okay, so there went the research cube. It can bank an amount of research points to continue to delay the issue. So it will. Got a pretty nice even distribution of power going on. And we have reached the limits of our favors from the brothers. Take them off of the short list. Invites from Iceland resume. Fjord cross the threshold for settlement building. Good on them. all my guilds satisfied. And many of my RGOs stacked up. There not really being enough peasants to run more villages for a while. Getting settlements into the food-producing parts of the East. Especially to the wool land. Sheep could feed this country. Sheep do feed this country. This keeps getting wider. This RGO panel. Is that where all the RAM is going over time? Speaking of, 3 hours into the session, it's using 12 gigs. Menu's getting a bit sluggish. Go for an intermission. Guy approaching. Good afternoon, sir. Here to lounge. First hit. So loud. May have an odd number here. Send the invitation. It is safe to approach Greenland. Bring no weapons, we make our own. capital of Thingvale. Thing City, where things happen. Within the next century, we could set up a court. And right, yeah, for the, if I were to build a port in the south, Woodney is probably the natural point for it. Good harbor suitability, not much harm in weakening one fish RGO. Are there any clergy powers I would want to extend? Get some centralization out of great works of faith. I don't actually propose any legislature to the Pope. Stability from religious administration. Strengthen communities. Advisory council. Also potentially useful. Two of those potentially worth grabbing. Many remaining options for burger privileges. The effects of having more control on the core of my tax base, though. Those would have pretty substantial return on investment. It would be in effect sooner than injecting more population into Kettlesfjord. Food thing, though. We had good food surplus. If we had food surplus at all, such that the market could stockpile food. Great deal of monthly growth would be possible if food prices went down. Quite the quandary. Well, I can afford the settlement now. With this summer's income. I wonder if minting's become so good. Did the burgers buy gold bars at some point? So they did. Someone found a sample of this gal. Thing of legend. After I get this settlement up. Maybe then I spare some change to embrace professional army. Or maybe I don't. Maybe we endure. 3 coin in this economy? Renaissance is now at saturation. Maybe I spend 3 coin to embrace Renaissance. A hot new thing. We found old books? No, older books. Even older books. Maybe the oldest books. Influence. Form cabinets. Brown power. Way down to the rights of nobility. Arches. Life expectancy. All these being stuff that I don't need to build anything to. Benefits of the Universe School, where we teach everything. The ability to do art. Rocks can be art. Having an official place where people go to tell the stories. That necessary? Is that something places don't have? A nice pile of research that'll take a while to burn through. Lay onto the desk. Hello, sir. What business? You monitoring the processes today? I'm just gonna love. Very good, sir. Growth rate of 0.3. So flat +1. Greatly multiplying that. On the move once more. Setting off to parts unknown. Grand expedition. Alright, good. Rock upgrades underway. I can alternate between these two projects. Settlement, then I'll do a section of road, especially if, you know, a thing is convened. If we can get the thing, to discuss gravel again. Slightly longer than usual, Scotland. Almost a thing here. Good work, sir. Credit to the team. The nobles are pleased. Okay, it's only 0.01 stability for the religious admin. That's not too big of an impact. Versus just getting more Berg law in place. tap on these again. Burger is now slightly stronger than the clergy. Remove nobility-controlled mining operations. It would have as much impact as their basic land rights. If I then flipped that to burger control, then I would have active plutocratic pressure instead. Otherwise identical laws. Very expensive to change any law, though. But when you've invented a whole new kind of law that didn't exist before. Or, no, this isn't new law. A new kind of law exists within this category that we already have, yes. This is not a chance to install a policy whole cloth. Not yet. Alright, so settlement live. Maintenance cost negligible. All materials readily available. Impact. Substantial. Sort of. Alright, let's put the rest of it up. So. 0.013. Inverted. What, 923 people? Ish? They would start getting a person per month. They're close. Very close. Should be generating multiple people per year, at least. As opposed to over here, we need thousands of people under this growth rate to hit the mark. So the impact is obvious. So It would take time to be fully realized. Alfing next month. Okay. Positive event might help get any of Middle Settlement online. Great. Cool. And beyond the maintenance costs. Lumber supply. That's got the majority of our wood. Census it is. And an insult to the Duchy of Rawa. And compliment to the King of Norway. Parliament appeased. On this day, the land is green. Green yesterday, it might be green tomorrow. The migration attraction will get this place topped off sooner than the internal growth will. Either way, that's what gets it done. That's what gets the sheep moving. Event-driven colonial migration. Yeah, up to 400 people in Inuvit now. They don't show up on the normal counts. Okay, free village is not bad to see. Small population cost in exchange for a bit of leverage. Still something we'd eventually want to bulldoze. New government reforms. Prosperity and food production. Diplomacy. Influence. Overseas building. Peasant levies. Inflation. Garrisons. Just raw crown power, but at the price of aristocracy. Crown power, centralization, satisfaction decay. Yeah, the other thing I might have considered going in here, it may just not be unlocked yet. Yeah, royal decree. Get that implemented. Possibly. Scrounge together just a little bit more state capacity. The all thing has made the count. Everyone is here, officially. That wrong property selected here. Where without any maneuvering going on, only road network rooted in Garver matters for our connectivity. And then like tiny local roads from whatever the best local harbor point is at the other settlements. There they are. At where modifier lives. You can track it down in the ledger somewhere. Modifier. No, that's different. These aren't generic. Or rather, these are generic. These aren't the... List of currently active flags influencing the country. Which I would expect to live up here at flag tab. A particular one of that migration wave seems to be hidden. If you don't like it here, just get a little further up the way and there's even greener land just round the fjord. Just a little tip for you, get in early. Where they're keeping all the greenest of lands. They're in the back. Keep going and you'll reach Amontillado land. The current reason for non-colony growth is known. It's the lack of a appropriate seed population. The problem that emerges for small country, where we do not have a catalyst mass of peasants at all times to push migration. All available peasants keep getting scooped up into the RGOs to do productive work. Earn revenue? Baffling. After a few decades, the population might catch up with the capacity of these RGOs. At the point, they'll then start spilling outward again. Meanwhile, I can keep building infrastructure. Some migration happening over there right now that is being pushed by event, and it's not focusing properly on the province where it needs to be. Great. Well, once more, some people will be temporarily stored over the way. There were somewhere to get a measure of what trade capacity equivalent burger traders are providing. Then I could know the tipping point where this is a good deal. Hold on it for now. unfortunately... Yeah, I have Danish at accepted. They do contribute just fine. Probably to the charter. Food stockpiles thriving. There's that breakthrough. Alta Fjord producing well. Fjord picking up. Food actually accumulating in the markets. That's what will change everything. Yeah, the one horse that we have for training purposes. The horse that's there as a reference. The standard measuring horse. Horse made of stone. Hold on. These are suggested. Actualized. That's the useful kind of dubious. We're not too far away from having adoption of banking. Lands are feeling pretty green. Alright, have an extra cabinet slot. Roll, assimilation, loyalty. Disloyalty, rather. Ability and legitimacy. Chair for Snorri. Snorri from eggs. official numeric loyalty. 50-50. 55% loyal. Eventually there will be a point where we have enough going on internally that finding a way to shake off that Dominion tribute will become part of the way to move forward. Or the tides may have other ideas. A way to be sure. $650 people in Aphid. So the charter progress hasn't been updating itself in response to these non-standard migrants. Strange. Somehow the food became surplus. Big news for Greenland. Oh. We got points for Saints. Magnus. The miracle is we lived through your reign. Much of our food production is fish. Now, Endersfjord, our single largest food producer. That's all fish. Yeah, no other viable guilds at this time. Really wanted to generate some leather. Use hunting village. So then I would need to find R. With farming village, I could create a small amount of local livestock. subject to the whims of our clay supply, our very limited clay supply. Are there any privileges I would want to remove from our clergy? That's mostly fine. Supply prices got worse, so it became 5 years to pay for a segment of road. And the next whole thing is a good ways out. Three more rounds of invitation before we would start professing trust. Another 24 years before the next age kicks in. Not a bad look overall. the budget is enduring the winter much better now. Eliminating that loss. Greatly improving our annual yield. Instead, actively bringing in some revenue from the sale of the excess food. Power up. Whole quarter. Crown slightly stronger than the noble class. A respectable 9% commoner power. Or coin during a warm month. Undeniable force of economy. Good. Road to Brada Hill. The cheapest road then becomes extending that road into Dine. So the benefits of getting a road out to the secondary teeth farm. That certainly makes the stronger argument. Sort by proximity. Getting the last adjacent road made. Accessing much more tax base by hitting that. More of the usual. It is one of the seasons. Yes, population loss is an illusion created by colonial migration. Not normal colonial migration, an event specifically created some bonus migration that is rapidly funneling people over there. But not in a way that's being properly counted by the charter. Such are the mysteries. They encountered the dragon. Okay, construction will be harmed for a bit because the stone quarry expanded. Everyone wants to collect new rocks. No one wants to assemble those rocks into their finished form. The order of operations on that continues to map. There's so much about how the rest of the map works that clearly seems to assume that you should always have a pyramid of local populace, composed mostly of dirt, and only secondarily of goods collection. Waiting on all of the involved factors does not account for us. Cannot comprehend a land with so many teeth. The number moved. Oh, the requirements can also vary by location? Or was just generically increased? No, okay, no, it varies by location size. It's counting them in here. It's just failing to count them one layer above. The mysteries of the dance. The idea of opening another mason shop is hypothetically valuable. The idea of having a working mason shop at all. Yeah, gotta bring the thing back together. Open a debate on how ghosts should be included in the census. Since obviously they do. They're real. One of the key pillars of our laws. But how should that be reflected in your tax obligations? How do you count a ghost if they don't have any teeth? Existence of the settlement is causing a lumber shortfall, taking up all of the lumber we bring in. But it has already done its job, taking us past food equilibrium. Just shut this one down. Leave the building there in case it's needed. The sky disapproves. Road to Bradahild complete. Bradahild control improving. Revenue to follow. The target number is drifting upward. Why? They made the numbers more complicated. Look inside the insurgency here. They are on the verge of flipping back over. A shift of another 1%. Put them back in line. The power to block nobles out of the cabinet. Power to become elected. Block the crown out of the cabinet. So the medium option here is rural nobles. Give them back 5% power. My current good cabinet ministers are nobles. I have replacements for them. Which now, in retrospect, that's probably what was keeping me from finding any generals or admirals in the old file. I had curtailed the nobility. That simply banned them from holding any offices anywhere. That also provides serfdom pressure. Elections. Also gives them back some power. Provides legitimacy. Establish local precedent. Just don't know where this modifier lives in order to check when it will expire. Hiding in here somewhere. And not in the country modifier's location, where country modifiers belong. Not modifying, it's just doing somewhere. Being the thing. No one wants to talk about gravel. Art is about to become real. Some number of decades from now, art will be invented. Destroy merit. I'm alright with letting this bill fail if it can't sneak through on its own. Look at that. The market having food in it at the end of winter. It's where we store the green. It's right there in the bags. Don't open the bags. You'll spoil the green. Don't open the bags or the jars. Gather them at the location. Bury them in the sand. Taking some time, but our people are adapting to the idea of not needing to immediately place every food you find in your mouth for storage, for disposal. First, people needed to comprehend that there was food left over after that a meal could be completed, and that something could remain after the meal was done, which then needed to be handled in some way. That indeed the day could be divided into a series of discrete meals. Of course, the elders complain. The kids these days don't know how to lick the moss off the rock. They don't eat enough salt. Times change. Well, the rebellion has disbanded. Which of you is better at admin? You are better at admin. Resume the struggle of developing the province. Temporarily improving control would have more immediate economic impact here. Right, banking has gotten everywhere except the island. Will be accepted in 1427. Well, unless we then initiate any of these provinces. In such a way as to delay the issue. Hey, what happened to the 800 people? What happened to the 1,000 people that I can point at who are living in Innovate right there, right now? Of my cultures and my religion? Who've now decided to stop appearing on that tooltip? Let's save and load. Not even fully quit out. 14, 15, 10, 9. That's the just now. If I cancel and reassert the charter, maybe that will count them? Or maybe it will forget they were ever there. Previously, it would allow for a pre-existing population of the appropriate demographics to be counted in. All available energy channeled into the sound of the audio engine activating. Okay, let's try this. No, that eliminates all progress. This event that's supposed to be infusing fresh people into the territory for the benefit of your colony, that just isn't. It's moving the people, except then they become ghosts. Reload that. See what happens when they cross the line. And his goose. The people left line of sight of the Jarl. They became hidden people. They could no longer be seen. No longer existed. The other suspicion would be that if the charter could just get one tick of normal migration to happen again. You know, a thing made impossible by the demographics of the country. By the rules in play. Because laborers cannot migrate. Even if there will be 1,000 laborer jobs there the moment the colony completes. There are now more than 1,000 people here in Innovit. They are Icelanders. They are Catholic. Some of them are Danish. That's fine. We have accepted Danish. Huzzah. Big influx of cash. Building more roads feels like a fine plan. That's providing return on investment right away. In a way that buildings aren't. Low food stockpile, but not non-existent food stockpile. Positive budget through the winter. And trying to look up anything about where the information I want might be hiding. Naturally. Brings limited results. At least they'll have market access. They're in. Would that modifier be living on the people tab? All the papal bills currently in effect. Is it over in Colony tab? Well, I need to go check the tape's freeze frame on when I had the tooltip open for the event. I do catch the migration happening. 25 away due to peasants from Garther. There you are. 46 more months of 25 people a month migrating. Only peasants will migrate. About 1,000 people. confounding. Okay, spotting a possible thread about same issue. Posted back in November of last year. Okay, way back on version 102. Results inconclusive. So, one thought, one suggestion from the things I skimmed past there. So, let's check in on each of the goods. Weapons are there. Medicine is there. Tools are very there. The other goods requirements. Colony, migration. Cloth, salt, medicine, weapons, and tools. Cloth is good. Salt is good. All goods should be available. Purely on population management, for which I would have to do something obscene, like actively tear down my own RGOs. As meanwhile, the event is actively depleting peasants from the fields. The event only targets peasants. Absolutely baffling. Garth Market, healthy and strong now. So many apples. Where did they even come from? We don't know. We don't ask. Ask too many questions, the apples might leave. Put up with 3 more years of this, and then maybe, after many additional years, be in a position to reclaim the lost peasants. Even in spite of this, still wildly ahead of schedule. Building multiple gravel roads out of pocket. No special financing needed. Total road building is there left to do here then. Can't really say just from the ticket price here, since this includes the cost of the other segments leading up to it. Let's do our first professed trust. Power of gravel. As many as 6 development. A road paved in teeth. Everyone is just so happy to be here. Things under banking. Interest, minting, inventing bureaucracy, rag paper. Would enable the last of our guilds. Boat stuff. Nowls for cities only. Piracy. Buy stuff, boat stuff. Concept of the dock. Certainly things of note. Certain thing of note. The lad approaches. Hello, sir. Good afternoon, sir. It's time to uphold your charge. Claiming that the law doesn't apply to beef. Dangerously close to saying the law does not apply to walrus. Is obviously false when the law itself flows from the walrus. The very teeth of justice. Revenue is producing new road at a pretty swift rate. We point gravel. Goop has been made available. Old man just wants to lounge. What's there? Lounge well then. Back on deck. How do you do, sir? Yeah, do you know where all these peasants are coming from? Are going to? Do you know why these peasants refuse to be counted? $1,400 people accumulated in Innovid. There are now over 1,000 Icelanders already there in Innovid, refusing to count for the colonial charter. Which, alright, in that case, what is there to lose here? Canceling and re-establishing the charter. They have become ungovernable. Escaped the bounds of society. They are outside the enclosure. Never to be counted again. They're outside the environment. Among the fish and the birds. You want to be among the fish and the birds, sir? You want to be exactly where you are? Very good, sir. The ship that was supposed to bring them here, the front fell off. Awesome. The front is now attached. Little man always ready to become the front. Awesome. Regency. This backlog of bones to canonize. We finished minting the entire gold bar that was brought in. Have to wait for another to wash up on the beach. Lad status.
Served.
Not allowed. Video evidence that you are a baby. Rest assured. He's baby. Army is professionalized. There's nothing else to do. We can devote research to army stuff. Relaxing the noise gate so as to import the noise. Restoring the noise gate. Another 450 of gold for these 3 roads. Then the price of the layer beyond into Ludney, Kettlesfjord, Petersvik, and Herjolf. The Gravel Anywhere system. paid for by teeth. Paved with teeth. Okay, we've almost made it through this terrible population draining event. This thing that on paper should have accomplished exactly what we would have wanted it to. With aplomb. The lead mine should be open. The people demand the lead mine. The children yearn for a thing they've never known. But no, instead it will take whatever it will take to regenerate the moss layer of peasants. Ready to dismount, sir? You monitor the processes? How's the ram doing, sir? Very good, sir. Nothing to report? And if... Yes, food surplus. Food prices are down, means growth rates are up. 0.45, or all the way up to 0.7, some of our rural locations. Okay, growth is back. Also, hey, look at that 9 endemic population growth. Moving strong. The thing. Still, no one wants to talk about gravel. Gravel is not news anymore. Travel roads just happen. No one has to order them to occur. War with Lithuania just happens. No one has to order it to occur, except the king. Population staying put. Finish refilling the RGOs. A penance for how powerful the refugee event was. Every 5-year span. Stagnation. Of delayed benefit. Clambering. Your business, sir. Just being a vandal. Yeah, we'll take time to repair the damage. The teeth will return to the field. Has gone to claim his lunch. Another fine wall of hours progress. That event misbehaving, that's weird and inconvenient, but ultimately manageable. I would hope that even a single tick normal colony behavior would cause it to reevaluate these lands. However long it will take to get proper migration catalyst running again. At which point we'll be reimbursed. Thousands of people. On new land. Even greener land.